Hi, Chris from Airwindows. We're going to do some plugin programming today. But first, as you might be able to see, I need to throw another log on the fire, and so we're going to do that. Taken care of before you know it. Oop. It's actually fairly heavy. That's how I keep wearing through these gloves. It's not just that logs are abrasive, it's that they are relatively heavy. So yeah, I am trying another thing, which is I want to try a different microphone this time. I don't know how easily you can hear me there, but this is, I decided I did not like the previous microphone very much because it was the Sennheiser lavalier, and it's good in certain ways, but it was so noisy because it's a tiny little lav mic. And if you are recording something, there we go, directly, then you can get a reasonable sound out of that. But a small diaphragm mic like a lavalier, which is even smaller than studio style small diaphragm mics, is typically going to be a lot noisier than like what I'm using, which is a Rode NT1, is it? A Rode mic picked out specifically to be low noise. It's one of the better performers as far as low noise is concerned. So that should help a little bit as far as being able to do these streams and be audible even at something of a distance. And that's warm enough for now, I think. And this would be the Rode NT something. What is it? You know what? I have the box over here. Let me go and look. NT1, that's the one. And that was chosen specifically because it is super low noise, which actually works out pretty well off of the camera. See, another problem I was having with the Sennheiser is that you could run it off of the camera, which will do phantom power like it's doing for this. And the camera's preamp is pretty good as these things go. But in order to power this particular lavalier mic, you had to power its little preamp, which is this little like bullet looking thing that you screw the mic into on one end and the XLR jack into the other end. And you do that, and it has its own built-in preamp with a volume pad and a high-pass filter and a striking lack of actually sounding good. So that's, I think, what was making some of the hiss. Which is not, this is the same as things like ground lifters. You got stuff like the cloud lifter and so on that people consider to be really important to use when using like Shure SM7s. But all that is a extraneous preamplifier. It's basically just a preamp that's built in to the microphone cable at that point. and you're not necessarily going to get better performance out of that. It might be different impedance than just a moving coil mic, but if you have a actually good preamp, and a Blackmagic camera does contain a pretty decent little microphone preamp, then you're not going to necessarily do better by running an extra little preamp somewhere. It might just add way too much noise. Anywho, we have a purpose today. I'd like to get some stuff done here. And when you look at that, I appear to need to move these things around a bit. I've got a group of these things sort of stacked up and ready to land. And this is, I was thinking about finishing this up, taking it all the way through, and then trying to mix a song on it, but I'm not sure that's going to work today. As you can see, this is the variation on the square root technique that I was using, but with a twist that I have not yet incorporated into the rest of my stuff, and I've not yet finished experimenting with this. That is what I'm wondering about, in fact. So you can see that it says bias equals 0.15, and you know, I can. Here's an experiment that I can try right away. But first, I have to show you what it does. So let's give that a go. If I open up a drum kit and run this new plugin, you will see that I can hit bypass. I've got a gain, I've got a bias, I've got a dry wet. Contemplating adding an output gain as well. And here's bypass. And then you engage it and it does this. Because this is square root. This is the basis of how a bunch of this stuff works. Thing is, I am now wondering what I'm doing with it, because here, let me show you something else. If I can find my sine waves. Or long sine probably works for this. Click the wrong thing. Let's try that again. In fact, let's do this. So I've been working on this for days. Hopefully it'll end up coming out to be something. If not, I do have a plugin that I can post this coming weekend. I have a plugin that I can post called Disintegrate, which is the extension of the discontinuity. Oh, so give me a second. How's my levels coming through? I feel like it could be stronger, but I'm not sure. Give me a moment. I'll fiddle with it a little bit. I bet I can do that. Ta-da. We're doing a high gain microphones thing. So basically, if I do this, I just have to not shout. But you'll be able to hear the sounds better. So here's what we've got so far. I may have made a mistake in fooling with the levels like that. How about I go and put it back? That was too loud. Well, hey Jake. Yeah, so don't mind me just fooling with the controls and things. That's probably going to be fine. Let's see how loud this is now. Loud. So here's the thing. I've got that going on. And do you see this bias control? And dry white control. Here's what happens when we go off it. It's interacting with the way it's doing its thing. Because this whole setup it's based around the square root, which again, when you apply the square root control, you turn your sine wave into a shape like this. You'll notice it's way sharper going through the center, but at a cost. We've got this little discontinuity in here. And I've got it set up so that if you set it up just right, it smooths out that discontinuity by first adding to the signal that you're putting into the square root calculation. Because without it, let's undo that and run something where I guarantee I can show you what that's about. And would it have been? It would have been one of my recent ones, LR Convolve, the first one. So if you convolve something with itself, what you wind up with is a one-sided track. But there's some other issues that come up as well. So let's see what we get with another thing that has not actually been updated yet. Ring modulator. I'm going to put that out. It's coming. I'm just working out whether I can refine it. If I apply this, we're going to see an effect. And you're going to get a certain additional coloration because if you look closely, you'll see there is this little discontinuity as these pass through the zero section. Here's another place where it should be making the waveform go through rather than just bonking up against this and stopping. Here's another section where we can see it's hitting this point and then stopping abruptly and then continuing. The first version that I did had an even more striking discontinuity in there. So what I'm basically doing is figuring out whether I can make this power function behave properly rather than giving me these problems. And let's see. I don't know if I have any good demonstrations for this, sadly. But that's where we're at with this. And what I was demonstrating was that you see it says double in input sample plus bias times 0.1. that's making sure that everything that goes into this calculation is kind of adjusted. Let me see if I can demonstrate this any better. You gotta bear with me. There are going to be some weeks where I'm just not with it. And that's why I build these things, so that I continue to have plugins going on through weeks where I struggle to perform. This is one of those times when I'm trying to build up workable stuff. So listen to what this does for the time being. It's a louder maker, basically. Or we can pad it down until it's quiet. You'll notice that since it is a square root function, it's not a hard stop to the gain. We can make it overdrive. See, that's flipping. Which is why I wonder whether maybe an output gain would also be useful. But I want to show you something else. Hear that slightly scrunchy quality? That is the tonality of the square root function going into its nonlinear zone, going into that crossover place where I have to do stuff to fix it. And then if I do it the opposite direction, watch what happens here. Now it's gating. And although it's gating, it's still making a slightly scrunchy noise. I could probably demonstrate this by drawing it as a picture. I'm wondering whether it's worth doing that. But this is what I'm wondering about whether I should experiment with, is figure out how to get this square root function to smoothly handle different levels of audio going into it. And right now this bias control is doing a thing where at the middle it's accurately giving me an output while still doing the square root thing. But if I turn it up, it starts acting compressy in a scrunchy and weird way. And if I take it down, it gets gatey, also in a scrunchy, weird way. And this should have to do with how it hits the discontinuity section. I am going to have to draw a picture of this. Okay. I got a piece of paper. I said I should draw a picture of this, and I think I should. Just kinda 'cause why not? And I can also say hello to people like Jonathan, Unknown, Jake with the first time joining the stream. So I might not be at the top of my game as far as demonstrating all of this stuff, but I can at least draw you a picture of how this works. Square root function does a thing kind of like this. Whereas your amplitude goes up, it switches into this curve that you can have. But there's a problem as you get down around 0. Like the square root of 0.0000000001 is likely to be really weirdly hard to calculate. And I'm not quite sure why it has such a problem, but it does. So one thing I can try to do is chop it off at this point. Another thing I've tried to do is, let's see now. If it's doing a weird sort of discontinuity here, I've done things like try to move these parts of the wave closer to each other and like crossfade between them somehow. And none of it's worked super well. But what I'm trying to do at the moment, and I could probably, give me a second. We're still trying to do things here. I could probably bring up this long sine, which tends to make a very loud noise over my decently sized subwoofers. I could turn that down though. Let's just apply this. When the bias control kicks in, we hear that additional noise. And the gain doesn't have much to do with it. More gain just gives me more saturation. But this crossover point, it's not changing in volume because it's something that happens when the wave sweeps through the center of its travel. And you'll notice that it goes away, the little buzzing sound goes away at exactly the middle, and then comes back when bias is reduced. Because in each of these cases, what's happening, this is bias reduced. You can see where it's crossing over and then kind of stopping at that point, and then continuing with the waveform. However big the waveform is, however much it goes into saturation, because this is a saturation effect, it's still going to have that same size of nonlinearity crossing zero. Likewise for doing this, but slightly differently. See how now it is a different thing. Now it's kind of jumping through. It's skipping ahead to the point where it might even be quite visible. Oh, not really, but see how it's not lining up? And that's the problem. And that is the problem with LR Convolve. LR Convolve is doing this. And that's the problem I've been wrestling with for days, trying to get this to go. And as you can see, I've got it set up so that at exactly 0.5, guess what? That's about as clean as I can get it. We don't have weird behavior anymore. That's what it's supposed to do. So, oh, give me a second. I have an idea. And it's an idea having to do with my microphone and stuff. I had forgotten that I had changed this around. Let's see if I can change it back. Well, that didn't work. Just a moment. Yeah, it just so happens I had that set up so that I had a massive volume boost in OBS, but I don't need to do that anymore. So logically that means I can be loud and distorted, but all that's doing is clipping at like 5 dB down, which is weird, and I don't know why it's doing that. What's its little problem? But that's the amount of gain I have going on. Don't mind me, just sort of pondering. Let me play this again. So this should be annoyingly loud. You know what? Yeah. I don't need it to be any more annoying than that. Yeah, I can make the microphone be louder, but I'm not sure I'm going to bother. So it's also a matter of save, how much I want to shout. So here's the thing. I've got it scaled so that what I'm adding to the input of the signal is bias times 0.1, which at the middle of the setting works about right. But what I'm wondering is whether I should be doing bias times bias. And there's nothing really to do with that, but give it a try to see what happens. It's also power bias, 2, for those who are interested in that. We could even try that. I don't think we need to, though. That's probably fine just as it is. Also, I'm not sure whether I could just run the plus and the times in without any parentheses, because I'm not sure what the order of operations is, because I don't rely upon the order of operations in order to get this stuff right. If I know I want to do this first, I will always just put parentheses in. That is the kind of thing where if you were a whiz-bang computer programmer and you know your order of operations, you can know in advance that it will multiply first and then add, or vice versa. And then you can just run the things together and it'll do what you wanted, even if it's devastatingly confusing. But I don't like that, so we're not doing it. Instead, we're going to build this and see what it does. Here's where it be. And this is the next experiment in the chain that's been going on over the last couple of days. Yeah, I'm setting myself up with canned food again for tonight, but it's fine. So I've now updated that. Let's see what we got. We can find out pretty quickly what it has in mind. Interesting. We have an obvious change in tone. But now it's not interfering, and the middle should still be about normal. I feel like I see a change in the shape of this that's fallen off in this way. So notice what's happening here. I'll turn it way down. We can make the volume level change quite significantly with this little bias control. Maybe I don't even need to have it as restricted as it is. But if we turn it way up, it is a saturation, but it's one that I don't think I've been used before, because I've not been able to make it work until now. If you saturate a lot, the basic volume level isn't changing that much. So now that we know that we can do this, let's jump into here and do another change. We've still not fooled with any of the any musical content. I'm only looking at sine waves so far. This could be an interesting thing to discover if it's doing what I think it is. Because again, remember when I started with this, I set it up so that, as I described it, it was a saturation, but there was a bias control that made it so that either boosting it would cause it to be sort of more compressy, silent, quiet sounds would be hyped and turned up, but in a way where you kind of, like, you could make it do that. You could make it so that the quiet sounds got boosted. And then if you turned it all the way down, the quiet sounds would get gated. And I demonstrated that by showing that the waveform that I passed through it would either become hyped up a little bit, would become exaggerated, or if I turned it down, there would be a little silent spot in between the passage of the waveform. I want to see if I can boost this, and let's do it by doubling the amount of travel it can do. So 0.3 instead of 0.15, and subtract 0.2 instead. And that's going to give me, it'll center at the same point, which I think is roughly the midpoint. But then it will let me boost harder or subtract harder. And we're going to see whether this new behavior can make it cause that little buzzing noise, or whether it's doing something else. And if I get any kind of result out of that, I'll play it on actual audio, and you can hear what that sounds like, or at least hear as well as you can through the room microphone that I'm using. It is possible that we're getting onto something that will have use. We'll find out. Again, square root, because that is the shape of nonlinearity that we're causing. We'll bring up the same thing, which is the little meter thingy. It's a pity about this guy. He should come to America these days. He would fit right in. And here's bias. And again, we don't need to turn things up loudly. This amount of distortion should be about the same. But then we should see a boost and a cut in volume by fooling with bias. However, what's also going to happen is if I get into a harsh linearity, we're going to see waveforms coming up here. And I'm going to say, I don't think that is. And I don't think that is. And that's very interesting. And then full boost. You'll notice that the root is not changing very much, but look at what's happening on the far edge. It's going all the way to 102 and dropping down to 100. That's like 20 dB change in overtones. So when you put that on the drums, this is what happens. Let's turn it right down. Turn it way up. And let's go and adjust this even more. Because again, what's happening is this bias control, if it is not applying any bias, so I can make it go to 0. In fact, it would probably be a fine idea to try that. I do, however, want to check out, like, if preamp B is at halfway, that means it's 0.3 minus 0.1. So 0.2 is roughly my balance setting. That's when it's doing something that was working out most evenly for me. So now I got to figure out what this has to be in order to make it work. Again, it is not linear at its 0 point. So I'm having to bias the square root function into effect and then subtract the bias again when it comes out. And if those are out of synchronization with each other, I get nasty buzzing little notes added, high frequency overtones. But it seems as if doing bias times bias and then applying it to the square root of those things causes me to have a smooth result regardless of where I put it. So the next bit becomes exaggerating until I get a unpleasant effect again. And let's see. I can make bias go down to 0 because at no point am I dividing by it, so that's fine. So 0.4 minus this times 0.4 means I can go to a high level, I can go down to silence, and the intermediate state is 0.2, which was working out at about neutral ground for me. I have to keep an eye on where I sit in relation to the camera because I'm too busy working on this to pay attention to what the camera looks like. And we build it a couple of times for good measure, and all that means is I forgot whether I had built it or not. And now let's see if our sine wave does something weird, because we should be able to cut it back to silence. And when I say cut it back to silence, what I mean is the correction that this is being done this should be even and smooth and nice. Also, give me a second because I can also have a huge amount here so I can see what I'm doing. Unity gain. So at 0 bias, I should be able to make a nonlinearity happen. And yet I'm not sure if it is. But at this amount of bias, I totally am. So let's do a couple of quick spot checks with this lowered volume. If we do this, that is a smooth pass-through. I'm a little puzzled that it's doing this, but it is. I thought it would be gating on me a little more than it was. Whereas if I do the boost version, don't even think I need to run. I can do this. That's a obvious harmonic. You can hear the buzz. Let's see what that looks like in the waveform. And here we have the appearance of that behavior I was talking about. This is what I was talking about when I said, when you modify it in this way, you can get it so that the, oh, hang on. I know why this is happening. There's do you spot what happened? Why is it doing the thing that I was talking about only when you boost substantially, but not when you cut? Because I figured it out. I will tell you why it's doing that. Ready? So this is inverse. That's why. That's why. So my 0 is not actually at the point of cranking the knob all the way, or turning it all the way down. The 0 is at the point of turning the knob all the way up, meaning that it's 0.4 minus 0.4, meaning that bias times bias is 0, plus 0, and then subtract by 0. That is the compressive behavior. Because when we are doing the compressive behavior, what's happening is it is the native behavior of the square root. The native behavior of the square root is this. That's the problem we're here to fix. It would be lovely if I had a little oscilloscope thing so we could watch it do this thing, but we don't. And that's why when you crank up bias, it can get to a point where it acts grungy and makes this overtone happen. And this has been happening. This happened with LR Convolve. And I've worked out how to solve that problem. And there's a sweet spot, and there's also a spot where, okay, so undo. At exactly 5. We have a smooth transition between the saturation behavior and the crossover. See ya, Jake. Don't worry about these. This is just hanging out with me while I work. I have contemplated bailing on this and simply making other videos for between the week. I'm not sure whether to do that or not. It's nice catching up with like familiar names in the chat. That said, if I was to make other videos like how to do this or that or the other thing, or I've been watching like Anthony Fantano music review videos lately, and that's kind of interesting because they are essentially him talking impassionedly about an album. There's a lot of albums I could do that about. I know my stuff around some of that. I've contemplated the idea of like maybe I can sweeten up the Patreon by like posting stuff I wouldn't be able to post as unlisted videos. Like Sgt. Pepper's audio capture. And running them through Meter and stuff. And then doing a talking about and maybe showing the visuals of it. I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. As you can see, I am doing many things. So let's see. Let's undo that. And then here's the thing. That's the point of maximum smoothness. As you go beyond this point, you start bringing in that little discontinuity, that we can hear as a buzz. And the way it acts is it acts like some kind of strange I'm tempted to say bit crush. It acts like some kind of microcompressor, bringing the quietest stuff up in an arbitrary way. But here's the thing. I'm pretty sure if I cut it back, it's keeping it smooth, but this is actually applying an even stronger bias. And I think what it's doing is gating stuff very subtly. Gating, normal, and then artifact. So it's acting like it actually is doing that thing. So I guess the next thing to fool with, now that I've got this dialed in, can I actually make it work on, say, a drum kit or some other track? No, it is not a compressor. So I boost past this point for a compressy effect. You can hear the grunge in there. If I cut it, do I get a gate-like effect? I'm not sure if it feels like a gate-like effect. Because one thing that's definitely happening is I can bring it up to the point of maximum, I don't know, square rootiness and beyond. And if we have a low gain, we can hear that nonlinearity in there. And here's where it goes away. Let's see whether I can highlight that. I can do other processing to highlight that. Jonathan, no. No, not an inv. It's kind of cute to see that sort of thing, because you were honestly not doing anything more than I already do. Going, what if I do this? Because it's a thing that I did in a different context somewhere. Like, is literally how I go about doing a lot of stuff. There's nothing wrong with going, why don't I add inv? I just know this is not a filter. This is not... Well, put it this way, first things first. First thing is under B, our old favorite gain. Now let's see. What happens when we're at a very, very low gain and then we're making up gain? Well, one thing is we can make it be good and loud, but what happens if we turn it down now? No, I'm not sure this is gating. I feel like maybe it hits a point where it's just perfectly dialed in. See, up to here, there's a faint change in volume, but it's not doing that gating thing anymore because it's not out of synchronization with the amount of boosting being added. But here's where it gets weird. And this is the nonlinearity at its maximum effect. See, that's not what it normally sounds like. And that's because we're listening at the quietest point of this behavior. What I was looking to find out was whether I could make it act gatey, whether I could make it suppress the quietest parts, and it doesn't sound as if I'm able to do that. That's not wrong. That's not a problem. It just changes the nature of what this bias control does. Because what that suggests is that there is no one point where bias kicks in and can be suppressed beyond that point. Because that's the idea there is, can this be made gatey anymore? The previous one you could, because the previous one, these things weren't aligned with each other. So either you're on that discontinuity place where it does the weird, horrible, distorted, compressy sound, or you're off at the discontinuity place enough that you're no longer getting the distortion. And it is still a distortion, it is still a saturation effect, but the weird nonlinearity around the middle of the waveform can be made to completely go away. And that's what we're looking at. I'm just really wondering. See, there's the distort. Here's where I previously said was the point at which you had clean waveform behavior. So I should go back to the sign for this. Because it's acting a lot like nothing further is gained past a certain point. Like I could make it so the bias was like 1 or 2 or whatever, and it would still be losing this grunge. Thing is, I want to retain control of that grunge. It might end up still posing usefulness in some way. So where are we at? 0.4 minus b times 0.4. Lets me go all the way to 0 at full crank, and that's what we see when it goes into full distortion. Let's see what happens with our metery program. We can distort, it's fine. Can I put a filter on that? Let's put a filter on that. Not even a normal filter. Let's put an aggressive thing on that. Let's put slew only. Square root, slew only, and span. PQRS. If we can find it, come on, there we go. Slew only. No controls on that one. There. Now we have nothing but our distortion. At a position of complete silence, we are still getting overtones going all the way up to the top, but my question is, do I get to, and you see it falls off rapidly, it's not like a hard clip. Is there a point where it starts kicking in way faster? Because that's the full sharpness. That is the square root function and the discontinuity built into it. And that's where I considered it to be fully canceled out. I wonder if I can adjust the levels, compensate. So it's hitting 20K at 100 and minus 120. It's a puzzling question, to be sure. Like, look at the amplitude of the big wave here. Granted, it's on slew only, so I've cut it down a lot, but my full range of adjustment is changing the, 40 hertz tone very little. But these overtones are going crazy. They're really being strongly affected. Because there's that little discontinuity going through the center, and that's where this hyping is happening. Thing is, the farther I pull back, the more it cuts back, because we're going farther and farther away from that really sharp discontinuity in the in the square root function. But it seems to be a pretty continuous calculation. Like, I can have an arbitrary amount of cleanness when passing through the center. The farther I offset it, the more the function will have the quietest parts be extremely quiet and well behaved. You know what, while I'm doing this, let me go and fuss with my fire for a moment. At some point I have to go and get more firewood from under my tarpaulin. Hopefully not too soon, because it's all covered with snow right now. Oh, not only that, I have screwed up. You know how I screwed up? I screwed up by not engaging the damper inside here. which teaches you why I should be not trying to work too hard when I have a fire going, because I can forget to operate my machinery properly. That is fixable, but see? I can get another log going like this. And sure enough, off it goes. But I need to remember to do this. This is also why sometimes I can't cook for myself at times like this. Like it's dangerous because I could leave something on the stove, or it's the whole Rain Man thing. It's like that scene in Rain Man where the guy set fire to his own kitchen. I have to avoid being in situations like that just because of stuff like this. So I guess my next question becomes, what range of dB adjustment do I want from this tilt effect? And maybe what I can do is hold up like something to the angle of the tilt. I'm holding up a card to the angle of the tilt. Because one thing I can see is that I've changed the angle quite significantly doing this, but I fairly quickly get back to no significant changes happening. See, it's backing off rather quickly. And although it continues to go down quite a bit as I push it further, the steepness of this angle isn't necessarily changing that much. I think what I want to do is find the point where the difference in angle starts to change more rapidly. I think that's what I'm after here. See, because that's about as steep as it can go. Actually, now I'm curious. Let's throw some extra bonus gain into this and see what it do. Huh. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. As I push the gain even harder, bias starts to tell me a different thing again. So I can have the full crank, but it actually stops. I'm trying to make it alias and it doesn't seem to want to do it. See, it's falling right down here. And now we do this. We've got a change in behavior here. So we have another gain control that we can play with. Let's see what happens. If we do this. I'm basically playing with what's happening here around 20K. Because I wasn't honestly expecting it to act like this. And I have slew only that is showing me only the overtones, so that's helpful. And then as I do this, I start to get into a different behavior. Again, no bias, total bias, but what's happening with the edge there? Dropping back a little bit as it goes beyond a certain point. So total bias. So around 0.2 is the maximum of something. What if we just... Okay, that's interesting. Past a certain point, we can't do anything to change this. Although it's really weird how it acts like this. Here, let's turn the audio off and turn slew only off. We can hear that artifact. With huge amounts of bias, instead it does this. Actually, it's less obvious in slew only. I'm hearing an overtone come in and out. Sounds almost like a sweep. That's the maximum power of correction from this problem. That being that funny little artifact. So we had something interesting happening when it was at exactly 0.2 or thereabouts. And this is all behaviors when distorting really, really hard into it. That's the thing. I probably am going to want to put an output gain on this. Yeah, the more bias we add, the less of that sweepy sound you get. And the more it just switches over to the discontinuity. And at full crank, it's all discontinuity. just immediate buzz. So that means there is a bias setting that is low rather than high, which is going to make it be a value rather than nothing, because full crank is nothing. It's no adjustment for this discontinuity in the square function. And at some point, you get you hear this sort of wow going on. And it switches over to the harder sound of that buzz that just comes in and sounds louder. So there's going to be a point that optimizes the kind of swelling up into the distortion quality. And that's going to matter, because here's where it's kicking in and doing something. Like, I'm not the only one hearing that slight sweep. Excuse me. Let's try roughly 0.3. Or indeed exactly. Feel a high overtone there. This could be my lowest setting. Because it takes a lot to get into the sort of Fulbright zone. So 0.25 all the way to 1 for maximum amount of distort. So firstly, let's apply it and look what it made. Or rather, so 0.25 is where we were at. And I should also There we go. So no matter how hard we squished it, we ended up with just this. We were like 80 dB of full crank, and this was all it was able to do. Although it made it much, much louder. But it was only able to go this far with this much discontinuity. So we have a sort of built-in, no matter how much gain you apply, it will force it to be this rather than flat topping, which is another good reason why it needs an output gain. It needs an output gain built onto it. But all told, that's a thing. And undo that again. Oh, and undo that again. Look at that. Yeah, see, it was real loud to start off with. All that happened was I added so much gain that I had to repeatedly shift the bed in order to bring it back down again, because the internal storage for twisted wave is a floating point. So we're clipping the converters on that, but we were not clipping the internal representation. I was just able to dial it back down until it was this weird saturated effect, but that was all you got from that. So let's quit out of there. So 0.4 minus 0.25. So this is as far as this needs to go. Possibly including a power function to manipulate it, but let's find out. So okay, so it goes from 0.1 then, or something to that effect. So that implies that I can change it to 0.3. That's not a 3, that is. And this is now set to allow us to have our sort of maximum full crank nonlinearity. So don't mind me, I'm still thinking. I'm trying to think of how to make the taper of this control work most effectively. And we're not going to want bias to be the word for this. Not anymore. And we're going to want to add another control, so hang on. Let's get ready to do that. I know at least I can do that if nothing else. We do not yet have a param D, but we will. So it's going to look like this. And in fact, I can even continue. Have the same gain trim for both. Can't use in, I'm already using it there. There. So that'll give me the output trim I need. Oh gosh, look at the... I'll try to become interesting, seeing as people are showing up. Let's add that other control. I know that I was in the middle of doing other things, but let's add that other control. It can only end well. There we are, making new things. Again, needs to be something other than bias, because what we're doing is leaning the calculation from a state of relative linearity into a state of extreme nonlinearity as it crosses silence. It'll act like a parallel compressor or some kind of weird bit crush thing, but it's not. It's the nonlinearity of the square root function. And we've made the square root function act as if it is not as nonlinear as all that, but it's still doing that thing. The other extreme, the loudness extreme, doesn't seem to do anything. But, so. It's going to be interesting to hear what this sounds like smashing a drum, I'll tell you that. So here's some possible ideas. That second control could be called drive. I could call it crush, even though it's not actually a bit crush. Like the word hype comes to mind, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily where we're going. Let's try using the word crush for this. And I will rename that to in, and I'll figure out something else to call the other one. Oops. Again, don't mind me. You're catching me at a day where I am not at my best. But hopefully I'll still be able to get all this done properly. That's the only real... It doesn't matter how I feel on any given day. Whether I get through to the end is kind of the only important thing. I don't care whether I'm dragging my feet and slogging through mud to get stuff done, if I can get it done. My feelings don't necessarily matter. I mean, it'd be nice to have good feelings. I'll give you that. But I've learned to not rely on that. Ah, here. Sooner done than said. We shall get a parameter D, and that's going to be dry wet. No, because it's not simply making something more intense, it's making something more nonlinear and broken, which I will show you momentarily now that I can. I think that's going to become very available. And all of this is literally a wave shaper, so it does not make any reference to overall scale. So that's going to go away. And then we'll call it temp, because it's the absolute value of input sample with a bunch of alterations being done. And that means we can call this in. So input gain, output gain, temp, bias is literally what this does. So inside here, I'm going to leave it called bias because that's what it's doing. It is offsetting something away from the nonlinear section of the square root. Yeah, I'm finding it intriguing. I'm hoping that I can replace Hypersoft with this. Not completely sure about that one, but it could happen. And it's a nice straightforward one. And we'll build. And here's where I'm going to start copying it to the desktop as well, because it might just be done. In here, let's jump into our sine wave again. And fire it off. This is what it will look like in principle. So you can set it to 0 crush. Which is giving us a slight boost in output level, interestingly. But to jump back to another thing, there's an interesting side effect. So here's our shifting of bits, and we'll get to hear what the output is. Oh, we have dry wet set to literally 0. There we go. That's what it does. So almost immediately, even at a relatively lower level, what we're getting is that buzzing from the nonlinearity. And we can have more or less as much of it as we want, and crush, well, it does this. Watch how I've got out turned way down. I can turn the level back up again to very slightly distorting. So this is 8 bits of gain shift, and we're still getting, I mean, we can get a massive crush as well, mind you, although you're not really hearing the difference of it that much. So with that, -1 dB, turn the input down another 6 dB, -4 dB, turn the input down another 6 dB, -7 dB. So there's roughly a 2-to-1 ratio to the amount of additional gain you keep getting as you keep slamming level in. Or we can do the opposite. Turn up the output, pad the input enormously, and it is a much subtler behavior, but you still notice this string of harmonics neatly being added. It's 40, it's 1 something, so it's a hair over 50. $137, $231. I think these are all odd harmonics. I don't think we're I don't think we are asymmetrical. But notice what happens as we continue crushing, even at this very padded down level where we've got the output at like about 12 dB push, and the input is balancing out at crush, and we have more output coming out. Let's pad that. There. So now we've got the output padded so that we're cranking as much as possible on the input, and what happens is as we add crush, the amount of harmonics slowly start increasing as we get closer to the severe nonlinearity in the square root function. Until we get plenty of overtones on top of that. And our maximum damping effect causes it falls off real quick. Actually, come to think of it, so that's at what? That's at 6 dB down. This is at a little over 36 dB down, so that's 30 dB to I'm not sure if these count as octaves though. See, this is going to have its usefulness. Even though we're working with this low sine, this lets you get closer and closer to this nonlinearity that is not so much having to do with the peak output, although it does have an effect. We've got about, well, now that just gave us the clip back again. Okay, so let's not have the clip back again. Now we're distinctly lower than clipping. Maximum amount of nonlinearity. All of this activity is happening as it crosses zero. None of that funny overtone is happening on the outside edge of the wave. The outside edge of the wave is always smooth as anything. You just get to bring, it's not dissimilar to those weird guitar distortions that are all like crossover distortion. This is crossover distortion. That is a artificial boosting of the waveform as it passes through crossover. Or not doing that at all, and we have a nice linear effect. I think 0.5 is a reasonable starting point, but remember you can cut it back even more. And crush has very little to do with the maximum amplitude, because that's not being changed much at all. I could even correct it so it's not changed at all, but I think this is good the way it is. And lastly, let's throw it at something very familiar. Let's see what it does with this. And let's put this stuff back. So that's interesting. It's already hyping. Turn it on. And it's already hyping. That's interesting. What if crush is at 0? Interesting. So that's neat. It should default to 0. If it doesn't default to 0, it starts throwing that hypiness on there, which is kicking in as early as 0.5. Let's quit out of here and go back in and make sure it defaults to 0 on that control. So if we do this, we have no gain trim coming in, no gain trim coming out, full wet, crush at 0, meaning that it has as little of that weird nonlinearity. And we're going to copy it to here again. Pretty should be letting me, there, good. Then Grand Zephyria, man, that's one of the reasons that I'm out of sorts today, is I tend to keep tabs to some extent on world developments and stuff, and that can be a hard row to hoe. My sympathies completely. Especially if you have a gig tomorrow. Lean Bear, I'm happy to hear it. Lean Bear is finding a good way to use mastering. Yeah, bear in mind, you always, well, I can't be going around saying you always have your home and coziness and what you have going on in your own personal life, because you don't. But a lot of the mess that is going around, a lot of the mess that is going on is kind of like a mirage. It is painted as meant to be the most horrible dystopian thing that will ruin everything that we all care about, and so on and so forth. It is not actually meant to succeed as much as you think it is. So there is some hope in that. I was also thinking earlier today, like, you know, UK dubstep, pre-tear out UK dubstep, all that cool stuff happened out of essentially a decaying, declined empire. Russian dub techno, which is something that I completely like and appreciate, that is not necessarily all coming out of like Moscow. That's coming out of the decline, the corpse of the USSR. Art from people who are surviving. And bear in mind, the reason I can feel positive about this is because I have devoted my life to giving people tools as they just survive. So that's what I'm doing literally now. I'm working on that kind of thing. In fact, I will continue doing so even as I speak. But if you are an artist, you can fall back on producing stuff if you have the tools and ability to do it. Like, keep your life in order, make sure that you have a roof over your head and food and stuff. And do not grieve for loss of empire. That's what's going on out there in the world right now. Is the purpose is to wreck the American empire. It's basically war. I'm not going to get into a big conversation about whether we deserve it or don't. Maybe no empire deserves it. I don't think it's necessarily going to place another empire unless it's possibly China. China has an interesting approach to empire, which is they really want to build things for people and then tell them how to live their lives. At least they've built something in the process. But the trick with the decline and fall of empires is it can really cost you. Like, things can end up going quite bad. But here, let me continue fooling with this. This is the fooling with that I was intending to do. Before I go into doing anything else, I gotta at least do my work here before getting too heavy into postulation. But yeah, like, all of my favorite music came out of basically collapsed empires. You could say, you know, the Beatles came out of the wreck of the Second World War, and all this kind of stuff ends up I don't know what to tell you other than every empire I have ever heard of, certainly including ask India about how well the British Empire did its thing. Every empire that I have ever heard of was a bad thing, and that includes Russia. Russia is not an exception. Just because they have been getting swatted around by the would-be American empire for some time, especially the empire of American capitalism, does not matter, because given its chance, Russia is literally just as bad. And every single one of them has declined and fallen when people got too tired of their garbage. That's what opens the opportunity for warfare like we're currently seeing, which is largely devoted to making the American empire collapse, meaning that a lot of our lives will probably get worse. I am at least happy that the stuff that I do for people doesn't have to get worse as long as I am still alive and able to function, because I'm not charging people anything. It's open source software, and I'm doing better than the USSR in that I'm giving people the tools of production. And everybody starving more isn't going to change that. It's just going to make me buy more canned goods and have less high expectations of being able to go to a supermarket and buy fancy things. And I do not care that much as to whether I get fancy things, because I have a purpose to my life beyond simply, did I get to have caviar today, or something dumb like that. I do not care. I'm interested in helping people. I should still be able to do that. And as I do it, people are going to be able to make art. And if making art is some solace to you, I hope you continue to have, warmth and a roof over your head and food and all of those kinds of things. I'm not necessarily in a position to supply that to anybody directly. But I get to still provide people with what I do have to provide. And yeah, all of my favorite music came out of collapsed empires, so it looks like us in the United States wind up getting to make better music in the future as we warm ourselves in front of the fire. And so it goes. But yeah, the takeaway from the spectacle America is making of itself right now is it's not meant to become a giant dominating force. It's being set up to fail. And to the extent that it succeeds in becoming completely horrible tyranny and awful, it's good that it fails. It would be better if it didn't have to go to that point, but if that's the point that it goes to, then all the better that it fails. And it's being set up to fail, so it'll all kind of work out in a horrible way. And let's hear that sound of the music playing. Here is switch in square root. And it cuts the volume down almost immediately. It's a pretty clean way of cutting the volume down. And then as we start boosting, we start to hear this crunchiness because we're going into hard clipping. But check this out. Cut the output gain down to next to nothing, and let us make it up with bet shift gain. And let us keep going. So now we have 16 bits of gain pumped into this algorithm. This is what it sounds like to blast it beyond all recognition. It's essentially never hitting hard clipping. And then if we do crush, what happens? At this level of gain, you can't hear any difference. So that's weird and interesting. So without the gain, we have this. We have 50 dB of gain. And if we applied that, you see what the waveform looks like? It's not easy to see. You see what the waveform looks like? If we apply it, we get this. So that's interesting. Undo. Redo, which I think is Shift-Z. Yep. So in this square root function thing, we've actually kind of got a sort of ultimate loudness distortion effect. It's retaining the total amplitude. It's like retaining waveforms in a weird characteristic way. So here's what we've got. Our waveform ends up looking like this rather than looking like pointy spikes. We don't have any peaks anymore, but everything is forced into this like parabolic square root shape. And all the quiet bits have to act a certain way. Sounds like this. And we sort of hear a smash sound on the output of it. Oh. We can safely turn it up again. Hit undo to get the original sound. And the original waveform, looking like this. See how it's kind of more pointy? There's spikes and pointy edges on there. But then no matter how much gain we put into it, after a certain point, hey, some of Tim Studios. We can turn it into this thing. Where see how it's all kind of rounded off? So we've changed this sound into this sound. And that's with like 50 dB of overdrive. There is no amount of overdrive that you can do that will actually make it hard clip. This can only soft clip to increasing and increasing levels. And that's an interesting behavior. And this is an interesting sound to get out of it. There's this intense saturation going on, even though if I had it continue to get louder going into it, then the output would also continue to get louder as it went. Let's see how quickly we can get into that sound. By going right back to the original one. And we have, instead of 50 dB, we have only 12 dB. Cranking it to 1 will give it about 12 dB. And give it 12 dB of boost into there, and we've already got some of that sound. With one small change, and that is, even though this effect will simply continue to get louder and louder as you run more input into it, it cannot be used as a hard clip, because it won't. It will never hard clip. It will always continue to get louder as the input gets louder. But if you have it this quiet, you can put that crush in, at which point it's turning up the quieter sounds inside it. And it brings a whole kind of crackle into the sound. So what's going to happen with this is that this crush effect gets more and more subtle the harder you push the overall gain. If we turn down the overall gain, we get that crackliness more and more apparent. And that will sound like this. Let's settle a little loopy section. You'll get a bigger and bigger change between the raw sound and the nonlinearity that this adds. If we apply that, it looks like this. See, there's a whole bunch of garbage going on, like right in the middle here. You can see it in the waveform, where everything is having to be bouncing between these two extremes. The quietest parts of the sound are being artificially hyped, and you can see that middle section is being artificially expanded and inflated. Compared to something like this, where there's obviously not a middle section being artificially inflated. Hey, Mel, long time. Long time no see. Not sure how long of a time. It's been a little while, I know. So let's bounce over to some other kind of thing. I wonder if I have my newest guitar stuff on this. Probably not. Probably not. However, I do have Get New Rig. The most recent guitar thing that I had was in fact the DI thing that I got, because I got a DI thing. It's if I'm remembering correctly, JDX48 from a company in Canada. Yeah, Canada. That made a DI thing that you could put between your speaker and your amp. And it seems to work real good. I like it. And the I used that to deliver more bass out of the sound that I wasn't able to get out of my cab, because my cab is a tiny ISO cab. It's actually relatively large. It's not as tiny as some ISO cabs, but it's live enough and designed in such a way that it doesn't give you like the low end of our Marshall 412 or something. So let's hear what this does on Guitar New Rig. Mel was mentioning guitars. Ooh. Also, I should have saved what I did, so this is a good time to be able to do that. There. Neutral settings. And let's throw our shifting of bit control in here as well, because this is what we do to drive square root beyond all reason, like that is currently set to. And we'll set it to 0, and now we'll save this so that when I raise it up next, it'll be preset. There we go, and it'll have all of its controls. Otherwise, it would be trying to set its controls, and it wouldn't have the dry-wet control anymore. So one thing this is already doing is giving it a little more scrunch, which is not always good. Although if you want more scrunch, that's a lot of chug. Let's exaggerate that. So getting back to the beginning of it again, which it will in a moment. Maximum chug. Arguably too much. So what is happening as we put square root on the guitar is that nonlinearity in the middle is sometimes able to enhance the kind of pick attack scrub noise. And it's focusing in on that a little harder than it otherwise is. So next thing is to remove crunch completely. And let's start hearing what it sounds like when we start going into this super hot. That's only 12 dB. So we added a certain amount of energy. You know, one thing I am noticing, however, is what this is doing is it seems to pretty consistently be able to give a quality that is not unlike the sound of your ear saturating, which is important. That's an important thing because it's switching over to that thing where your ear starts shutting down when it hears excessively loud sounds, it's starting to deliver a behavior kind of like that. So clearly the next thing is, let's start throwing excessive gain using bet shift gain to overly crank out the amplitude of this. And with that, we will put this back to 0.5. Of course, stays at 0. Bring this to where we can see it. Pad it, and then bring it back up. Let's just go whole hog. Frank. That's painful. I've got 16 bets of gain. So with that, I have to pad it down to 0.03 on the output in order to get it to work. That said, the differences between this and that, I should not have switched to dry because this is not internal gain, this is external gain, so I just blew myself up. However, speakers are fine. Brush does nothing. And interestingly, the quiet part let's take it as red, that is where it is. Hang on a moment. Experiments are in process. Put discontinuity after square root. Square root is doing the distortion. That's not a bad super loud effect. Well, I can bypass all. Go from this. Let's take the gain boost out and just do it with the internal gain, like so. So discontinuity all by itself, square root all by itself. Both. Definitely get a little hype out of the crush there. Mel was asking about how to get stuff to jump out of the speakers. Well, I think you could say this makes it jump out of the speakers. And that's the inside of an ISO cab, of course. Yeah, this is going to come in handy. It'll be interesting to see whether I can build it into other things and have results. Depends on what you mean by fuller and smoother in the mix. Does this sound like that to you? Start from this. Go to this. See, for smoother, I would leave crush all the way down. Also, our discontinuity, although I customarily use that, that's built into Console X, so I don't need to really worry about it here. Instead, so here's our raw guitar, and then this is what square root does to it. And then crush continues to add sort of energy near the center of the waveform. That's not smoother. That's crunchier. But it can have its uses. And then if we were not overdriving everything, so this is continuing to show interesting things. Normal sound is this. It very quickly jumps, it like immediately switches to that sound. We're just totally altering the wave shape that way. I'm level matching them. So no effect. Yeah, even without running discontinuity, this is doing realism things that are very interesting to me. Let's see what else we can do, as long as we're fooling with it. How about one of my weirder and poorer drum recordings? What was this? This is bad, I know. But all by itself, you get this. So that's kind of awful, at least in terms of being mixable. But then if I kick in square root, and I'm not hearing as much of a change with that one at all. But let's keep boosting it. Raw. I feel like this is going to end up being useful to me. Dry. Dry, my peaks are going all the way to the top. And then if I add crush on this, okay, that just got real aggressive real quick. I think that's appropriate. Seems like there is the capacity to use the slightly compression-y behavior well. Again, this is what the mics are seeing. And this is with no crush. And then we've got a bunch of funny cymbal stuff going on, clearly. Which you can probably hear just fine. I think it's going to show up. What if we crush that? Okay, we made it super loud, that's what. That's a big effect. And then here is the amusing part. Let's not have that like that right now. Thanks. We can take our same drum thingy. This is what we get. No matter how hard we crank into square root, it gives us this exact output. It's just transforming things. The difference is, if we're going this hot into it, crush doesn't do anything anymore. That is so signal dependent, you see. yeah, you pretty much can't hear a difference at this amount. So when you start boosting that hard into it, crush will help you make the drums be more fire, certainly. But let's add just another 6 dB or so. We'll see what it takes. Pull it back, another 6 dB. Another 6 dB. So now we got a weird thing going on where we have crush fully boosted. It is taking a section in the middle of the waveform and hyping it out. But, let's see, 6. Okay, so 12 off of square root. Another 12 makes 24. So we're doing 30 dB of gain boost into square root. 30 dB. Which is the same as putting this to 0.5. And doing 5 bits is the same because in is a max of 12 dB. So there's a thing. And again, are the sounds on the microphones this. Let's pull crush back. There's some interesting implications with all of this. It suggests that there's a correlation between the square root behavior and recruitment of sound in the ear. Because it's getting me a sound that's acting, it's quite literally compressed. But the way it's compressing is by applying a square root function, literally is what it is, to the audio of everything. And when you do that, it turns from what the mic hears to what your ear hears. Let's fool with it a little more. Pull crush back. 24 dB. I'd like to get these tom-toms back in action. These toms that you're hearing, those are just rototoms. They're not even real tom-toms. But when you treat them right, they can sound pretty cool. Okay, so this is 24 dB of boost. That's 18. And again, the closer that we get to that, the more range we have in crush. Which can do another little sort of tuning effect to things. How about just 12 dB? That's what we have on Square Root by itself. Compared with, and that's what the microphone hears, but it's not anything like what your ear hears in the room. Oh, it's actually rather poorly played drums, but I've worked on it. I've been getting a little more practice than previous years. It is loudly played drums, so I'll give myself that. It is not well played drums, but I am wailing on it pretty hard. Okay, so 12 dB boost. Take the crush out. Does sound pretty convincing, but not the full roar of... I'm not sure that this is literally... It makes me wonder whether it needs to have a volume level thing built into it like discontinuity does. Also, one thing I am noticing, the harder I push into this, the more it starts sounding like old 60s recordings, like through the EMI Red, to some extent. Like I pull it back to this, and it's a little bit like the raw track, but it's more like your 1970s high quality consoles. There's less being done, but the harder I push, the more it starts sounding like your old Pink Floyd or whatever. And it does get to the point where there's no difference anymore. Like, this is 8 bits of gain shift. So it does sound pretty dirty. Six bits, that's 36 dB. It's got some of that old 60s overdrive sound to it. Four, and perhaps not so much. So that was actually quite interesting in that this is going somewhere. So maybe the next thing to do is actually make the VST of it and start going through that process. Although I have an observation to make regarding what to do with some of my other plugins. I would like to take a moment, however, to visit the facilities. So give me a second while I do something. Oh, I know. I'll put something on to play I don't know, dragons or something, and set it up to sound like a bigger thing being played through a bigger place using this. That ought to work. Yeah, like this. And that'll give me time to throw another log on my fire and whatever else it is that I need. And you can still hear the new plugin before I go and start adapting it to other purposes. So let's see, the amount I'm boosting is going to have an effect here. So here's a raw sound. Let me skip in. Let me dial it in on a different track, like this one. So I hear an extent of distortion there that I don't like. And I'll tweak those until they're about right. And then bump it to the first track, which starts out like this. But then if we do this to it, a little beefier. I'll be right back. there you have it. So that's the first track off of the album Dragons I did some time ago. In theory, I could make it so that people could still have it. It's a little weird, though, because that was all done on an ADAT machine before I made any plugins whatsoever. So the reverb is like a Digitech hardware unit being distorted, and there's just a bunch of weirdness to it. But we love weirdness, right? So that was practically before I had heard other people's electronic music, honestly. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that we have square root completed. In theory, we could simply add more and more input gain. It's certainly doable. But you really quickly get to that point where no matter how much more input gain you get, it's the same. And that's interesting. So now the remaining thing is, let's apply what we've learned to everything else here. And how shall we do that? Well, firstly, I had an idea while I was having a bit of a tinkle. Let's not call this crush. It's not a bit crush. It's not really a bit crush at all. What it is a control where you can take the crossover section and go into that nonlinearity place of the square root function to lift up like detail in the middle of the waveform that you might not otherwise get. So let's call it lift. I don't think I have any plugins with a lift control on them. Honestly, I'm tempted to think in terms of back in the day, I was reading Mixerman's narratives. And Mixerman is the Eric Serafin, and he recorded The Far Side. He recorded a bunch of good people and is a good engineer, a interesting producer who's able to get the most out of bands and stuff, and a writer. And he notably wrote the story of his work with some kind of terrible band that had been bought up by a record company in a bidding war, and then their spirit was ground down by a bunch of bad record company behavior. And so it was his job to record this band that they called Bit Ch Slap, the real word, not the shifting of bits word. But that wasn't the name of the band, it was the name he gave them. And in so doing, he talked about all manner of manipulative things that engineers and producers could do to get through difficult sessions. Here's one. He told the story of working with a producer that was very demanding. And they kept going, no man, the vocals have to soar. Why don't the vocals soar? You need to be able to make the vocals soar more. S-O-A-R, you see? And he just took a unassigned control and assigned this guy to manipulate that control during the mix. So when the vocal wasn't soaring enough, you have to turn it up, but only so much. You have to be very careful not to turn it too far. And please write this control for me while I do the rest of the mix. And so the guy carefully thought about it and adjusted the control just right. Mixerman would glance at the guy if it seemed to be getting too much, and he would back off again. Because, you can't have the soar control go up too high. The soar control was not connected to anything. And it makes me wonder whether this particular operation should now be called soar, S-O-A-R, in honor of that. So it's an idea. Because the first thing that came to mind was I should call it lift. Because it lifts the volume of things a little bit. Oh yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly the same kind of thing, Lean Bear. Same as Lee Sklar with the special knob on his bass. So, I don't know, I'll put it up to, I've got like 21 people or so in chat. What do you think I should do? Because it is going to become the name for this control on all further things using this operation, which could be quite a lot. LIFT, lift, or SOAR, soar control, becomes a real thing. I'm honestly warming to soar, but lift kind of, because lifting the amplitude of the thing up is literally what it's doing. Although I suppose it could be confused with LYFT, which is the company for taxis. Granz is warming to the idea. Multiple people? I don't see anybody lobbying for a lift. What if we had? I see one person loving it and me being open to it is probably enough to go with this. Is anybody else enjoying the idea of this? Shall we have this operation become the soar control for all plugins that use it? Oh, Jonathan has a counter argument. Before the day is out, it's going to be one or the other, I'll tell you that. Well, it's about vocals, so let's actually try it on a vocal. Assuming I can find one. I bet I can. Oh yeah, here we go. So if we have it on a vocal, and there is the possibility that this will end up on all sorts of things. And firstly, surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Yeah, maybe I don't want to distort this one so much, because it'll make it more upfront, but not in a way that's necessarily very helpful. Surely it's a little bit unfair. And let's loop that bit so that we just keep hearing the same thing over and over. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Soar. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely. So that's too much soar. Does this sound about right for what a soar knob should do? I see another. Well, listen, Lean Bear, listen to this. Does this sound more like soar to you? Remember, in the story, it's like the vocal has to soar. You've got to make the vocal soar more than it does. And the counter argument to that is Mixerman giving this guy a random knob that doesn't do anything. But he says, you mustn't turn it up too much or it'll be terrible. You must have control, but then you can have it soar as much as you want. So if it was a real thing, it would do this. You're the one I call upon to rise. So no soar added here. You're the one I call upon to rise. And a little more soar. One I call upon to rise. But then if you add too much, you're the one I call upon to rise. That would be too much soar, and so it would go along with the story where you have to make sure not to add too much. And I feel like I might be getting there. And certainly, I mean, it sounds grandiose, but is it doing the thing? You're the one I call upon to rise. None. You're the one I call upon to rise. In a little bit.
You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Different section?
Yep. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
Not only that, we can pad the input a little bit, because not everything is to be distorted. Not everything is to be distorted. And bearing in mind, with this we can go from nothing up to this amount. If we pad it so it doesn't sound too distorted.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lie.
Less straight up distortion on the top of it, but
cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
a little bit of soul.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
Getting towards too much.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lie.
And then way too much soar.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lie.
So if it starts sounding like that, you have to pull back on the soar knob.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
And you pull it back all the way, and you don't have any soar anymore.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
So you add some.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
I think that is going to do it. You do get a certain amount of poppiness. Mel, you're mistaken that it is a scam, but when working with people who are extremely difficult, sometimes they fool with their expectations in order to have them be happy. Folk must think it is not a lift. I am inclined to agree. And I think we got there. Let's just make one more spot check. I've got the mean vocal. We'll see whether we can make the mean vocal soar, or indeed whether it sounds good to be more distorted than this.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor?
Okay, so when it's meant to be really loud, you can get away with a lot more boost into square root. When it's not meant to be really loud, when it's a crooner vocal or something like that, you don't want to boost as hard into it. But when you're trying to make it sound loud and belted, it does seem to work. And so now, these soar experiments.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares?
I think we can call that adding soar to the sound.
The only rightful
Without
governor of your affairs. This amounts
and then a
to
little too much.
downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares
And then way
to
too much.
deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer. Shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you...
Weirdly, with the soar knob, which is going to be renamed the soar knob, I think we got there. Turning it up this much, you start to hear the reverb and ambience in the room.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor?
So that's interesting. Didn't realize it would pull out room reverb in a room that's not supposed to have reverb, because this is supposed to be a direct. Interesting. Got there. And then let's also adjust this. Yay! We made soar actually be a thing. That's kind of awesome. I mean, it's for some of us growing up on like Usenet or the internet and seeing some of these early narratives of recording studio shenanigans and stuff, that story has a special place in our hearts. And now it's real. Now there's a real soar control. That's kind of cool. It'll also be fun to talk about because I'll need to tell the story. I'll have to firstly look it up and make sure that I have all my details correct, but then I need to tell the story when I make the plugin video, so that'll be great fun. And of course, in so doing, I will explain what it really does, because it really does do something, but it is something that is so unusual and unlike anything else anybody has, because you don't normally have a weird nonlinearity adjusting just the crossover between the center of the waveform. You don't really distort the linearity there, but since this does, and since it does it in such an interestingly controllable way, we got there. Build. And I feel this is good enough for this can be this coming week's plugin. That feels like that might be nice and fun. Although there is another option. I will let you know what the other option is. Let's take a moment to show you what the other option is, because for that one, I could just put that one out without doing all of this work, and I can knock off early and make this canned soup that I'm having for dinner. So here, there's one possibility. Here is another. You can also have this. It is discontinuity taken to the nth degree. So you can do this with it. Discontinuity will not do this because this is too extreme. But you can combine it with dry and stuff, and get various extreme effects out of it. For instance, here's one. So yeah, I am going to put this out, and I could put it out this weekend, although honestly, I am not that sure that this beats Square Root. I think square root is better. But this is as extreme as you can make this be. So there's that. I can stack that away for later, probably. I just wanted to mention that is a possibility. You can have that instead if you really want. Now let's look into some of these things. These are all things that use the same technology. Here's Sweetwide. Let's see. I'll give it a try. I just told you about this, so I might as well show you as you ask. I don't think buffer size shouldn't do that much, though. But yeah, let's try that. Disintegrate. It's kind of removing the ability to apply the effect. Although it is also interacting with the number of layers in a fairly effective way. A lot of these things, when you turn them the wrong direction, they just turn into bypass. Like maxing all this stuff out is the most intense possible effect. Buffer size is acting a little bit like closeness of the effect. I mean, it's one way of doing it. You can get a big sound out of it. So yeah, buffer size does do something. You got this versus a complete pile of mess. I mean, the thing is, in some ways, this is not all that well thought out. It gives you more of a range of things that you can do with it, but it's not like it's this glorious synthesizer with all these different sounds that it can make. Instead, it is different aspects of messing with the particular, like it's all stuff inside discontinuity. So it's just letting you mangle things more intensely than discontinuity will let you do. But yeah. Anywho, that's what this lowering buffer size does, is it stops it being as ineffective of an effect. Let's jump back into this. Bear in mind, it's always better to not have noise or to not have room resonances and stuff. Sometimes the best thing you can do is go into your closet surrounded by clothes and such. Notably, if you have a closet where clothes are hanging up on hangers, so there's this dense wall of like fabric, even spaced out a little bit, still it's the same thing. you shall have it, full comas. That will come out. For now, however, let's see what we can make out of this. Parameter B is going to be un/wide. Parameter A is, of course, soar. And you've not heard this, but you won't be hearing it properly because it's a stereo plugin. And I do not have a stereo feed off of this little laptop. But this was a fairly important one, so getting it to work seems good. I would like to include this in my builds of these. Unwide means as you turn it up, you start getting what I'm calling sweet wide. If you turn it down, you start getting a narrowing effect. No controls, no adjustments, no variables. But I got to go through and add more parameters, like this. Some of these I'm going to literally have to add a parameter, which will be the only parameter it has. That'll be interesting. And this is also sometimes why it's nice to leave all those controls there until you're done, because then I would not have to be typing this stuff in, but that's fine. It's not that hard. I'll get there. Param B. Bada boom, and B. But now we get to take this from here. And try to adapt it as best I can. And we'll see whether it works. We'll see whether I can figure this stuff out. I've got a couple hours yet to go. It ought to work. If it don't work, it won't be because I didn't try. So, here's how we implement soar. We have to do this minus and plus here, which I should have already incorporated into this calculation. And then it gets applied when we start producing absolute values of these variables. So what this should do, if it's going to work, is we have to add this to these. And this was my previous magic number for making it work. I dialed it in until it kind of zeroed in on a minimal amount of weird distortion before I started balancing it out with this here. So this is just going to straight up replace the 0.0575 with soar. And then you produce that in this way. And again, same basic mathematical formula. And then it gets added like this. And if it works, that's all I need to have a sweet wide, which I will now check and see. You'll hear some of the tonality of it taking effect. I want to hear whether this worked. You'll hear it soon enough. Not this coming weekend, clearly, but there will come a time. There will come a day when you get to hear this one. It's a stereo effect, and my streams are not in stereo, they are in mono. Unless they are on the studio computer, in which case I can run stereo. Please be replacing the original suite wide, and let's also replace the one sitting here. And now over to some kind of old favorite, like for instance, Discard Welcome Home, as I know the sound of that real well. And it has hard left and right guitars, so that'll be useful. Start it there. PQRS, W, sweep wide, turn soar all the way down, no effect. Seems good. But then if I turn it up, I think it's doing the thing. The whole idea of that is that the algorithm is capable of taking mono content and causing it to become full wave rectified. And there was some kind of conglomeration of behaviors where, and that would be, maybe I should continue through this so that I can build HR2 and HR3 or whatever it was I was calling them. These convolve, LR convolve is what I'm thinking of, 2 and 3, because 2 is with the SOAR algorithm cleaning up some of the mess, and then 3 is the one where it applied it in a smoothed way to the other channel, thus manipulating the volume. Let me continue to listen to this and hear what it does. One of the things it's doing is it's boosting volume, so let me deal with that right now. There. That ought to work. Be sure not to save it like that. Mono stuff not being affected? Well, a little bit. So let's play with SOAR. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is listen to those stereo guitars. I do feel as if one of the things that was happening is the center channel does not change when you fool with un and wide. It's a sort of dry wet arrangement, so if it's at exactly 0.5, SOAR will mean nothing also. And let's just demonstrate that again. Centered. No significant change. No significant change. And then the guitars. So the important thing about that is when the center stuff doesn't change and the outside stuff gets louder or quieter, it's only doing that for waveforms that are on one side or the other. So what's happening is it's tending to cancel out stuff that is in the middle. And what's being added is only stuff that registers on one side or the other. I guess the next thing to do is find out what Sora does with all of this by cranking it all the way up and seeing what I get. Yeah, it does nothing in the center. I hear the additional chugginess. A little more crunchy. I'm not sure you're going to want to use this on the master bus, ironically, but I still think this might actually work on things like submixes, of which I don't have any to play with or demonstrate. It does not. It works in steps of 6.08. And no, you would not. That said, however, that's not that out to lunch. I've considered that possibility. Sort of the nature of it is that if you're going to be, put it this way, like if you're going to be dealing with that and using that plugin, you're doing it because you're not touching the exponent at all, not in the slightest little bit. If you're going to be touching the exponent, stuff like Purist Gain or literally all of my plugins do exist where you can run a longer processing bus and floating point dither it to the output. So that's kind of the trick there is not that much of a point in it. See, the advantage you would have is if you did it really accurately, some of your outputs would not need a exponent change. So some samples would alter and some samples would not. And if you were no longer sticking to that unaltered mantissa by changing only the exponent, you might as well go with Purist Gain and have any conceivable alteration of the waveform and just dither it. Just floating point dither it. So let me play a little bit with this. It's hard for me to hear what it's doing because I've been doing too much today already, and my attention is just not there. We were talking a little bit earlier about like world environment things that can cause you to lose the ability to focus, and that's with me today to some extent. So I'm not able to work as well as I'd like to be able to. But when this kicks in, I will listen to what un sounds like, combined with a little bit of soaring. Okay, I like that. Things can be more centralized. Or fairly obviously widened. Yeah, I think that'll work. That'll work. I can do that. Again, this is a unusual sort of wideness maker. It's only able to add asymmetrical information, and it's only able to add asymmetrical information to hard left and hard right signals, because what's technically happening here in so doing this, I think I have a gain balancing. Let me check and see whether I have a gain balancing thing. Is that how I'm doing this? So we're producing this, and input sample is the output times blend, which is 0 when you're in the center. So it's crossfading between the one and the other, which is probably fine. I imagine that it would be basically fine. Yep, okay. I'm like double checking, looking at it, noting that this divide times thing in here is commutative. So it can be done in either order. And I have to divide by NL or NR. So I'm glancing it over and being like, okay, so if input sample L is larger than 0, I can probably safely assume that the absolute value of it is also not 0. Because you usually won't have a value that is not a 0, cause it to be an absolute value, and then it turns it into a 0 again. Because you don't want to divide by a 0. So we're probably good. Probably okay with that. So yeah. That be one possible solution. We'll have to not save the changes. And just for good measure, I'm going to build it one more time to make sure that I got it. I get nervous about stuff like that. Like, did I do this? Did I actually, have I included the most recent version or have I not? But in this case, I am pretty sure that I have, meaning that I can move on to the next couple of convolves. And perhaps even these ring modulators. Surely that'll be fun. So goodbye to that. Here's convolve 2. And I think I have my convolve test files on here. I don't see why not. Don't see why not. So here's where we left off. This one has no controls. So now it's going to have one. It's going to have the SOR control. This is the closest you're going to get to that original LR convolve. In fact, turning SOR up all the way should give you the original LR convolve. On the other hand, in so doing, I had better copy some of my stuff over from square root. It's fun inventing a new thing. Like, oh hey, we've got a new control that's popping up in all these new things because it's a weird side effect of square roots and using them as wave shapers. This is also probably why people aren't using square roots as wave shapers. Anybody trying it would have run into this problem. Number of parameters 1. So far so good, so that's going to be fine. Now to do the same thing over again. One set parameter. And switching parameter ID, rather than only being default, now we have to have case param A. Hopefully they won't all be cumbersome in this way, but this is not all that cumbersome, honestly. And here we are. And we're going to have a single control, but we're going to have to call it param A instead of param B. That said, still pretty straightforward. And now we do the same thing that we done before. Namely, where we provide this absolute value, which in here is just being used as square root, but now we do this. Boop. Boop, those both get added to. And then this gets used here. And then we're going to go back and play with that Swedish chef noise again. Having done this with it. Sound like fun? Because this is LR convolve 2, the updated version. And we are probably all set with that stuff. So let's put that in there. Put that there, replacing the older one, which is not the one that I want. Now let's go find out. Convolve test, remember this?
And dares to deny the
Time to find out what the Swedish chef does this time. Let's refresh our memories on what the previous one did. Hopefully it'll work. Let's hope it works. So previous one. Swedish chef acquired. Now what happens when we have soar? We're about to find out. LM, LR convolve 2. Here we go. So soar at 1.0 should give us the same thing again. Sure enough. But what if we didn't have soar cranked up all the way? it's a more hi-fi version of Swedish Chef while still being completely screwed up. Let's see what happens when we start doing this and then turn up the soar just a little bit as we go. Love it. Love it. This lets us dial in the grading quality of that. Wow. Okay. Got there. And before we leave this too abruptly, let's play with some of our different waveforms, like down to around here. Let's not have the triangle. Let's have a sine. And it's not going to be Swedish Chef anymore because that needed 1K or thereabouts. Oh, hang on, I did that part wrong. I changed my pitch, but I didn't select both channels. There we go. That's a better Dalek than I had before. So that's the... I wonder if it's normal for this effect to have that additional gnarl on it. Because it's definitely real chunky, but then if we clean it up, you get a better modulator, you get a better ring modulator out of it. And soar ends up being like a presence control. Now, give me a second. I think my wood stove could use a little bit of tending. Let's throw another log in the sucker. Go through enough logs. I think I have enough to get through the winter. It's going to be staying cold for a while. March can be a damn cold time around Vermont. Speaking of Golem talking, let's try additional sounds, such as generate tones, 200 hertz or so. Let's see what we get from that. Golem voices, you say?
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs?
We definitely lost the original pitch, that's for damn sure.
The only rightful governor of your affairs.
Yep, that works. So I'm going to call that a successful test of LR Convolve 2. It now has soar. LR Convolve 3. Bet you never heard of that one before. We're still going to be using the same trick on it. But it's not quite as simple, because LR-Convolve 3 is the one designed to act more like a blending the envelope of one thing with the tone of another. So let's go and get that going. How about? Actually, no. SOAR gets to be the first control. Smooth the second, channel the third. Channel is the one that you pick to be the sort of voice of the thing, and the other one supplies the envelope. And it'll have its own uses. Let's go through the same process. Happily, it's proving to be fairly straightforward doing this, which is, I'm glad of that, because ampersand, no, let's not. I'm glad of that because, again, I'm not feeling really at my best, but nice to be able to get some of this stuff working. When I can make enough of this at any one time, that means I can have a backlog, and that means that, like, if there are really rough times or like something happens out in the world where I just lose my mind and I'm curled up in a fetal position in my bed for like weeks on end, as long as I could drag myself out and make a video and I have stuff that's in the backlog, I can still post plugins. And you know, that might be important. I also like doing these live streams, although I can't go too hard with them. Weeks that are really where I can really bring it, I'll be showing up on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I've given myself permission where it can be just Wednesday, or it can be just checking in. In fact, that's what it says on my calendar, is live stream check-in on Wednesday unless otherwise notified. And that means maybe I'll show up like 3 or 4 or whatever and go to 5 if it needs be. And I may be able to do more, but I've kind of put off the idea of attempting to do 8-hour streams just because I can, because it's, you know, when the streamers are like, oh man, this is a really hard job. Well, on the one hand, kind of, no, it's not. You're talking to a camera. But on the other hand, it kind of is, because, you know, it's public, and also it's pretty, well, I mean, the ones that complain the worst are the ones that wander off for half an hour in the middle of it, putting some video on and then just playing it to their audience. So that's weird. But, you know, there's aspects of it that can be kind of demanding, to be fair. And that's what I was finding, because I was taking it pretty seriously. And so attempting to like punch a clock and put in 8 hours of live stream, on the one hand, yeah, fair, that's fine. That's not all that hard. On the other hand, it can get to you. You do enough of it. So I'm striking a balance. I'm trying to, let me see, where were we at with this? We were at moving everything down one. The smooth control has its uses. And then we're going to go into here and get our trusty SOAR control out. And then here we are with the same thing. Notice that we have, oh, hang on, no. Don't notice that we have, because we don't. Before the day is out, I'm going to do the ring modulators, and you can hear those too. I'm not a big fan of Hassan. I think he has too much in common with his uncle, and I'm very much not a big fan of Young Turks. I think they're straight up just Russian propaganda, those guys. They're just playing an angle on it, which is more convenient. But no, I don't trust them. They turned hard right. They started ranting and raving in this hard right-wing way, and everybody was very disgusted by that. So go figure. Let's see, where were we at? Abs input sample R. So the one that is absolute value ends up getting boosted by this much. And then I go looking for where... Hello. So how do we adapt this then? I'm looking for where it had that small amount that got added, but I'm not sure if I'm finding it, and that's interesting. So what do I need to do with this? So IIR sample modulate. Modulate is the one that's getting continually boosted a little bit by SOAR. Oh, meaning I have to add this too. Hang on. I'm doing this from scratch rather than rapidly assembling it. See, the absolute value always gets boosted a teeny amount, and that's what I then adjust. But I also have to do it this way. This is the update thought up by the program Herbie, which comes up with more accurate ways of doing stuff. So this was actually originally done using extremely inaccurate square root function. Because it turns out, instead of going square root carrier times modulate, you can do this. I'm tempted to just copy and paste it, although I will have to then remember to have carrier be 1.0 and modulate be temp, or vice versa. But what the hey, let's give it a try. Maybe it'll work. So Fmax, which is the positive version, will go like that. 1.0 becomes carrier, and temp becomes modulate in both of those places. Turns out you can divide by the thing that's becoming a very small amount, causing it to become a very large number, and then multiply it by the one that you divided it by, and you get the correct value back out again. That's what the Herbie calculation was doing to make the square root function more accurate. So we will then do likewise here. And the negative is not on the outside of all of this, but on the inside of the F min. Well, that ought to do it. Let's see. Let's see whether it worked. Because I think I got through. All right, well, let's find out. Let's find out whether it worked. You probably not heard this. Oh, that's the guy I was thinking of. Yeah, Hassan's uncle. I'm not surprised he's continuing to humiliate himself. He's in the tank. He is bought and paid for. And honestly, I think he's been working for those people this entire time. It's just that nobody really looked askance at somebody who was acting like, what's his name? I'm quite happy I can't call this guy's name to mind, but I should be able to if I try a little bit. horrible right-wing monster. Whose entire business was briefly going to be sold to the Onion. That's the one I'm thinking of. But I literally cannot think of this guy's name. How nice for me. Well, let's do this work. It'll come to me. The guy that was calling like mass shooting victims crisis act. Bingo. Jonathan had it. So people did not always look askance at having a left-winger acting like Alex Jones, but they should have. You should look askance at anybody whose entire deal is acting like that, because it is just plain suspicious. There's nothing, no good will come from that. So convolve test. Oh, you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's the sort of thing where, honestly, I should be able to understand the reality of such a thing. But, you know, it doesn't weigh on my mind all that much. Okay, audio units, Airwindows, version 3. This is not going to be a very good example of it, but all the same, you should be able to hear it. So if I set channel to this one is providing the amplitude and that one is providing the underlying volume, you get this. And SOAR works as expected. But notice what happens when we use smooth. Actually, that doesn't do much, does it? Because this is what would make it work. We're applying the amplitude of the voice, but then if we smooth it, but here's where you'll start to hear what it's really about. Convolve 2 test, which is actually now going to be called Convolve 3 test, because Convolve 2 is the SOAR update. 3. There we go. So check this out. See? A guitar and unrelated drum kit. Let's see what we can do with the new version. LR Convolve 3. Now with no smooth on it, it's not doing all that much. In fact, it really wants SOAR to be kicked in, doesn't it? Let's see if smooth does anything for us. I wonder whether it's working. It seems to be not working anymore, and that's probably worth finding out why. Yeah, it only wants to work if SOAR is turned up. That's interesting. I think I have a mistake in here somewhere. I'm not really quite sure what it would be. Although I do note that if I turn SOAR all the way up, then it starts working. Maybe the way this one works, I don't actually have or need a SOAR update. So this is what it's meant to do. Maybe what I'm going to do is find... I'll dial it back out again or something. Yeah, it's not doing it. Remember, when SOAR is turned up all the way, then that factor becomes 0. And maybe that's what's causing it. So here is the guitar being manipulated with the sustain of the drums. And then as you increase the sustain, you get just the guitar sound. Yeah, this one doesn't want the SOAR control. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see whether the ring modulator does. But anywho, guitar with the shape of drums, drums with the shape of guitar. And yeah, SOAR really doesn't help this one at all, does it? Okay. Learn something new every day, by gosh. We'll go through and take all of that stuff back out again. But first I want to look at the code and see if I did something obviously wrong. If I was doing something obviously wrong, what would it look like? Oh! I think maybe I did. Hang on. I copied that directly over. That should still be right. It still looks like what it's supposed to be doing. I don't think that's actually wrong. I do not think that's actually wrong. Oh, George Carlin is indeed angry and boomer-esque. He just happens to not have terrible opinions. He is indeed a basically decent guy with a strong moral sense as well. Carlin had a very strong moral sense. But, oh yeah, no, okay, boomer. He is super duper boomer. In the nicest of ways and also a terrible way. Completely agreed, yes. So tell you what, let's just plain take out SOAR from this particular one. And we'll play with it a little bit more, and who knows, maybe it'll find a place somewhere. So this gets to be deleted. This gets to be deleted. Some of this is going to be a little more straightforward now. So smooth in channel. Only one IIR sample for the filtering. Let's see. And let's see. Just remove that one off the end. Same for here. I will still be making an update on this, but I think it is actually quite unlikely, Grants, that we will be going back to the Middle Ages. I don't think people are going to put up with that. But it is a fair worry to have. Like, fair on you for being worried about that. And now this has to go away because we no longer have this variable. And then F max also gets to go away with 2 parens, because we are not adding or subtracting SOR any longer. And let's see, modulate's always positive, so negative times positive is going to continue to be negative, so that should still be good, so we should be done. Let's see. Let's see whether we are in fact done with at least this one. Option drag. We plot this over here in case we are done. Again, when I finally get this finished, I will have a lot of VST making to do, but that is relatively, that's just like grunt work. It's maybe not exciting, but I can kind of plod my way through it, whether it's a good day or a bad day or whatever is going on. It's not very challenging. And we're probably done with that, so let's audition what we've got, which should be exactly the same as we had before, but without the unnecessary control. And boop. So the one is convolved by the other now. And when it's the drum being convolved by the guitar is basically a steady state noise, so it's not really modifying the drum. But if we go to this section, it's making the drum cut out briefly when the guitar is pausing. But then when we flip it back over again, and we only have 2 choices of channel, and then you smooth it, and the more you do that, the more we get the interactions. So here's another section. One thing about the waveforms is that you're going to be taking away low frequencies even when it doesn't seem to be doing that much else. Ooh, Lean Bear, cool. That's the kind of thing I would hope that BezEQ would be able to do. So yeah. So yeah, here's LR Convolve 3. Which can be pretty fuzzy and furry, to the point where it almost, with no smooth, it almost sounds like it's just the convolution of the 2 things together. Although if you want that, Alarc Convolve 2. Hang on. Maybe this is just not giving us many opportunities for it to be loud. It does at least produce a distinct sound. You can make it lean out real good. But it's showing some of the same behavior. Giving it the wrong thing will cause it to have a rather quiet output. Maybe that's fine. Back to Convolve test. Alarc Convolve 2. Sure enough, if you have a full volume sine wave in there, it will give you the desirable output. We're going to call that acceptable. One of the things that was happening with Convolve 3 test is neither of those sounds are full volume at all. So let's fix that. Normalize. It's definitely combining the amplitudes of the two things. Now if we do it, it'll act a little differently. Convolve 2. See, it's still kind of quieter, but the things are kind of, because one of the things that's really helping it work is when you have the both channels being considerably loud. So this is an interesting side effect. See, you do this and it doesn't even sound like there's a guitar there anymore. And you know, that's fine, because this is still one of those crazy freaky ones. So this is now the clean it up if some of your sounds are consistently at full volume level. And I would have thought that it would do the opposite of letting it be louder, but maybe I'm mistaken about that. Anywho, I have a little further to go, and why, yes, I do want this one to be saved. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. This is a convolution thing, but it's not really, because it is just left channel multiplied by right channel, which does various different things. Again, here's left channel and right channel.
Too downright spiteful, who's the fool who...
One of them is a sine wave, the other one is a voice. When you convolve the two together, you get this. Let's turn SOAR all the way down. Swedish Chef. And that's not what the original vocal was singing, but nor was it the note. So it wrecks things up pretty good. I was asked, can you make a thing where you can do a convolution of one channel on the other? And it doesn't actually give you convolution, but it gives you a thing that acts like a ring modulator. Speaking of which, let's jump right in to, let's close this. And let's close this. And then let's jump right into the remaining two that I have to work on, one of which I might not actually have done yet. Ring modulator mono. This should actually work. This one should actually work. We shall see, but I think it's going to totally work. Because this one has its full range sine wave built right in. And it'll run in stereo. Except for this is a mono version, so it'll run in stereo with the same note on both sides. SOAR worked okay when the amplitude of the other thing was loud enough. So I have high hopes for this. This should work nice. And I don't know if you've heard it. I don't know if I've got this one recently enough done that you would have heard it. But we'll find out. Sine pause, ink A and ink B. I'm not really quite sure why I have those that way, but we'll find out. Maybe I'm not using both of them. And I'm pretty sure I haven't built in everything I need for this. So we're going to go through and make sure it's got all of its stuff. And it should be good fun. Param C name, default value, param C, got there. So frequency is the top control. Wet is param C. And SOAR is in fact param B, so don't even need to change anything. Oh, and the reason ink A and ink B is because they are smoothed, so that you can manipulate the control on the fly, which hopefully will be good. Now let's go and find where this gets applied. Here's where we generate our sine wave. I think I was on stream for this because I remember having it be only unipolar and not going through the entire wave. Don't mind me having a glance at the chat. As usual, like to be able to do that. And we do have the beginnings of this algorithm. So, which one do I add SOAR to? The second one. SNM. So input sample, SNM is the sine wave, SNM is the one that is being boosted in this way. See, temp is this plus SOAR and SOAR, and then it gets included here as well. So everywhere that we make this one become that, it has to work like this. And that should be it, if we're lucky. Stomach is grumbling. Well, getting to have my canned soup at the end of the day should modify that a little bit. Save. Actually, no, I wasn't going to make canned soup. I was going to make canned spaghetti, because I'm working through some of that I had from a long time ago. And that sounds about right to me. I'll enjoy that. So, save this. we need to build it twice because clearly this has never been built before, because all this stuff that it should know about it is not finding. And it does that when I've never built the project before even once. So let's give it another try. Ta-da! A peculiarity of Xcode on this old computer. Let's see if it worked. I probably also have this there though. Yeah, I must have just cleared it. When I say cleared it, I mean I have a script that deletes all the build folders so that I can put stuff on GitHub. Now, I think I played with this one using voices. Let's find out what happens when we do this terrible thing. Well, it didn't like that very much. What's going on? Are you working correctly? Have I named it properly? We got that stuff going on. That seems still correct. That seems correct too. That seems as correct as it's going to be. You can try building it again, see if that helps. Hey, Jess. Okay. Option drag, replace you please. Could it want to, it shouldn't care about whether it's running in a stereo track. Although this is the version of Audio Unit that could run in a stereo track if I wanted it to. Let's see what we can do. Or if anything. I remember fooling with this before. Out of sound. So if it can instantiate the new plugin, I should be able to get it here. Let's go and select it from this. I went too far. LMNOPQRS. R. There we go. Can you instantiate? Ah, this time it did. Got there. Perfect. No notes. Perfect the first time. Got there. Perfect. No notes. Exactly right. And you can automate it. And this gives you the 100% ring modulator output. But the idea from being able to use a ring modulator, you can do it on your electric piano or whatever, and you only have to use a little bit. And if you only use a little bit, it's like additional clangy harmonics on it. And it'll listen to the attack of that boing. You can add this little inharmonic clang on there. And then we have soar. To further add clang. And you can tune it so that your bend up is accompanied by a bend down, just like this. And we can make it softer with less soar. But then we can go a step further, because that worked, so we're good. That one worked. I'm not sure why the previous one didn't build, but it worked the second time. And that brings us up to the entire backlog. This here Bezzy comp I'm not ready to do today. It's 419. I'm not ready to do that today. But this one, we can. Down octave plugin. Try Fathom 5 or something. I know I've got some sub-octave stuff in there. They're not actually, they're like primitive sub-octaves. But I've got multiple things kind of like that. Sub-octave naming things. Sub-octave type things. May take a quick glance at Airwindowpedia. Effects is probably where I would find it. Or not, maybe not. Bass, how about? Dub center. I'm just looking at this. Excuse me. Dub center and dub sub. Which one helps with that? Original appearance of Dither Float. To you. Doubly, clearly not. Doubly 2, nope. Doubly 3, also nope. Dub sub. Okay, so dub sub is a bit of a mess. However, sub drive, sub voicing, and sub inv out do have that sub octave going on. It might not be a very good version of it. Dub sub 2, Airwindows head bump. Huh. Do I have the sub octave on that? Let's find out. I do not think it is. No, I think that's just head bump. So not that one. Huh. Well, how about Fathom 5 then? Oh, it was right there. Oh, and where the hell is Dub Center? Why didn't I see that? be earlier than any of these, wouldn't it? Okay, so it'll be earlier than double E. Okay. All right, dub center with mono bass. I do not know where this one... Okay, for bass kit, you can't abuse the sub-octave to do weird stuff. It's restricted to only convincing things. So bass kit is another possibility. And on that, I'm going to leave it. Oh, and immediately above dub center was the drum slam release with an extensive talk. That was when my dad died. So there's a long eulogy there. Nobody much left to die anymore now that my parents and my cat have gone, so at this stage it's time to just keep doing what I do, and that's what would please me and would have pleased them. Well, not the cat. She would have demanded cuddles, but I was good for those two. Yeah, that's how things have stood ever since. Both parents died, cat died, family members not as much of a thing. And here we are. And so I have this stuff. I've got you folks. And I've got a fire in my wood stove. And I've got ring modulator, which in theory, I can make the stereo version that the VST version will easily be made out of, but it has a special trick to it. And that trick is it has two frequency controls, not just one. One for the left, one for the right. So if you're using it as a ring modulator effect on a mono track that's recorded in a stereo recording, the track is mono, but your harmonics go wildly stereo in every direction. And so, yeah. Let's see what we've got here. So my job here is the final plugin of the day, to which to add soar. Frequency, frequency, and soar. I'm going to do that like this. Because it worked great last time, after one stray build that didn't actually work. Parameter C, parameter D. Good, good. So far, so good. Seems good. You know, honestly, upon reflection, that's one of the reasons that I'm not freaking out more in the current state of the world. Because I don't have anything. It's hard to scare somebody that doesn't have anything. What I have is my ability to keep doing this work that I'm doing right now. And you see me doing it. This is me doing it. So as long as I've got that, it's like, hey, this rocks. I get to continue to do this stuff for people. And I am firmly of the opinion that if anybody is in really bad trouble financially, they should drop off of my Patreon. But honestly, that much of it hasn't been happening. It's like maybe dwindling a tiny little bit, but it was on a bit of an upsurge, so there's room. And people generally like to keep me on the job and working. So although I don't have anything, this is a good enough thing to be doing. Like, my firm intention is that this is what I do with my life, and I have the privilege of being able to do it. For values of privilege that involve I'm giving everything that I have away to the ability, to the extent that I can. Like, logistics mean it's not easy for me to like give away my blinky light synthesizer or anything like that, but nobody's really demanding that I do that. And I'm doing everything that I can to ensure that even if somebody busted in and took my blinky lights away, I would still be able to make interesting noises and do my thing. As long as I'm still there, and if I'm not there, you're all out of luck. But I'm still here now. And so off we go with trying to add one more control to ring modulator. This one's going to be K-param C. And in this one, both of them are smoothed for controller motions because it's really meant that you should be able to move the controls and get sounds out of that. And here we are. Here we've got soar. And it's going to be exactly the same technique as before. Whatever is in the last section here. Well, do I still need to? Yeah, this is a fairly quick change. Everywhere it says absolute value of input sample or absolute value of whatever gets used last. That's the one where I add soar to it. So let's try that. Here's the first section. We're doing our frequency generating. And S&M is the one that goes last, so we add it to that one. And then we add it to this one in case they need to be flipped around. S&M is still the one in the last, so I add it to this one. And then I add it to this one. And then everywhere it says this magic number, which was the number that I came up with before this algorithm. We just add that, and then it automatically adjusts to whatever I need it to do. And you'll not be hearing the stereo effect of this because I'm not streaming in stereo. I have one microphone, but you should be able to hear what it does to some extent. Build. And again, I've clearly emptied it out so it doesn't have a build folder. So I have to do it twice in order to make that work. Which it has done. And this should be it for the day. Honestly, after a bit of playing with it, I might run off and make that canned spaghetti and meatballs that I wanted. I'm feeling a little bit hungry, so that might be a fine idea. Let's see if this works first time or if it needs help. Same guitar. Same thing. But this time, Airwindows, ring modulator, PQR, but ring modulator rather than ring modulator mono. As you can see, there's two frequency controls. Honestly, I'm pretty sure my left-right is set up correctly, so I could tell it to be left frequency and right frequency. As long as I'm doing it, would you like me to throw that in? So now I've got two ring modulators at once. One is on the left channel and one is on the right. And we have the soar control. For that little extra sparkle if you need it. But honestly, I think we're mostly not going to be using that. Or maybe just a bit. Just a little bit. As a treat. So now we get to have the little guitar note, which is in mono, as a whole chord. But we don't have to just only have that. Let's get freaky with some sounds, like a vocal. Welcome to vocal hell.
Don't you recognize that passing of
Doll-like time.
seasons? Seasons. For a precious time, we look beyond reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
Dalek.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize the passing of seasons?
Daleks.
Seasons.
Ah, but should be the angry vocal for that. Let's give it a try. Where was I hiding that? Probably in here. Yeah, rise mean vocal. Bring on the Daleks again with a more appropriate source. Ring modulator in stereo. It remembers the same setting.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer. Shown by all he'll take away.
Also notice what happens when you have a very low frequency.
What then do you have to say?
Oop. Better use a different sound for that though. Like... No, not that one. I've got stuff that would work for it somewhere. Oh, a guitar strat, then DiMarzio. That is sustained sounds. But I have to use ring modulator mono because I don't think it'll work. Well, maybe it will. Nope, it won't. But we can fix that. Convert to stereo. And over we go. Note what the meter is doing. It is such a slow modulation that it's two tremolos is what it is. And then you can have a little edge added to it. Or leave it as mellow as possible. Let's slow it way down. It'll go down to very, very slow frequencies, this. And then, of course, it is a ring modulator. So, that's a neat sound. Know what the original sound is? Thump. Ring modulator made that cute little note out of nothing but a thump. Because you see, if you have DC offset, what you're getting is the sine. And the sine is subject to soar, so it can be a high harmonic sine, or a nice smooth one. And then, of course, now that we have that working, we can go even sillier before I log off and make dinner. It's not a very big dinner, but I'm looking forward to it all the same. We can do this. And then we can do, let's see. I better not have it playing for this one. Let's add okay, that was not actually as much of a problem. That was just 6 dB cut. And then we can add this. And we can have all kinds of fun with that nonsense. Playing with different tones. And that's also an enormous amount of super hot saturation and distortion on the end of that. So I think we'll get square root first. That little plunk is always quite fun. Bloom. little edge on there. I'm going to say, hello. I'm going to say ring modulator and ring modulator mono both work. That being what I was just using, which finishes up my work with square root, which was the seed of all of these changes. And so therefore, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, technically 6, but when I release stuff, what I release, if there's a mono version, it gets included with the other version. So that's 5 plugin updates, including the one for this coming weekend, which should be square root. I think square root is appropriate for this coming weekend. And it's pretty cool. That worked out pretty much. So what I am now thinking of, now that all of my makings of notes and things like that, we got through all of this stuff. It came out fine. I am going to, let's see, is there anything interesting that I can do? Probably not. Well, if anybody's got questions, I can answer them in the last 10 minutes or so before I go and make dinner. Or I could just, as a treat for making all of these plugins that I will be able to produce, I could go and eat food. You think? Can I have some gruel, please? Please, sir, can I have more? Can I make my cheap-ass spaghetti and meatballs? The funny story about the cheap-ass spaghetti and meatballs, I got really excited about the canned goods thing for a couple of reasons, and one of them was I just had this canned stuff from like 2021 and 2022, and I was going, oh no, what if it's wrong? Maybe it's not good. And then I did a little simple research and went, hang on, here's somebody saying that they opened a can from like 1960 and it was fine. Or, 1980, and they're like, well, this is 20 years past its expiration date, and the color changed slightly, and it isn't quite as nice, but it was still perfectly serviceable and fine. So I opened up some of my, like, tomato soup or spaghetti and meatballs from, like, 2021, and it absolutely and completely was fine. So I was like, cool, I'm going to keep this stuff around more often, and I'm actually going to eat it rather than just letting it sit there. And soon enough, I will have worked through enough of it that it won't be all that old, and then it will even be better flavored than otherwise. Because honestly, I don't think stuff that's been properly commercially canned from 2021 is even going to be that much off as far as losing color or shifting in flavor in any way. I'm not noticing it yet. And I'm not going to manufacture a context where I will suddenly have stuff from 1980s to test, because I'm not interested in that. But yeah, there's a number of good reasons for liking that. And one of them is if there's any kind of terrible disaster, I'll have some food on hand that I can count on. Similarly to why I'm always grateful if I can go to the store and like get a tomato even if it's terrible. That was a thing where I was expecting much bigger problems that just didn't quite end up happening. the whole thing about like, oh, we're going to deport all of the farm workers, because that's typically where you get farm workers, is that kind of stuff. And then they didn't. And then there is still food in the stores. But, there didn't have to be. It could go in that direction. There were times when people had their farm workers simply not show up. And I think it was like having strikes or whatever. That didn't have to happen too often before they went, okay, we're not going to let ICE get anywhere near you. Please come work for us. And that straightened itself out, it appeared. And it remains to be seen whether that becomes a problem in future. But if it does become a problem in future, I'll have like some vegetables and stuff in cans in the form of like soup and whatever. So worst comes to worst, it doesn't have to get too terrible in that direction. Besides which, the mentioning of spaghetti and meatballs is a funny thing, because when I was growing up, it was not a great childhood, I'll have to say. There's not many people left to complain about me saying so, but my mom did not like to cook, and did anyhow because that was like her job. I'm old enough that when I was growing up, there was a time when I was alive and my mom was not allowed to have a credit card in her own name. You don't have to be like from the 1800s for that to still be the truth. And within my lifetime, my mom got rights to like have a bank account of her own and stuff like that. And she had to cook and did not like to do so. And so was a bunch of like New England boiled dinner or whatever stuff. People sometimes like that. I did not. And sometimes she would let my dad cook. My dad didn't want to cook all the time, but he did certain things. Like there is a thing that he did that was copied from some bar in Hawaii where I spent the first year of my life, believe it or not. And it was called steak tidbits. And it was basically like stir-fried steak in a saucepan with like a combination of A1 sauce and Worcestershire and like mustard and sage, just stuff to make this weird sauce. And that was the whole point of it. And it was pretty yummy. So we were always very excited about that. And another one of the things that he would do is the same spaghetti and meatballs that I'll be making, which is basically Franco-American spaghetti in a can. It's not real spaghetti, it's just junk food, like garbage American-style food. But what you do is you take about the same amount of ground beef that you would use for tacos, which is, I've got it portioned out for tacos. And you brown that in the pan. And you could drain it off, and I typically choose not to because that combined with the can is actually not that high caloric, and so I will consume, like, I don't bother draining it, I just cook with it. Same with the tacos. So I get a more caloric intake than I would otherwise do from doing that. It's also kind of like if you're going to shoot a deer or squirrel or something, you should eat all of it. But you brown that in the saucepan and then like add some ketchup. Ketchup is the miracle dad's cooking ingredient for making everything more delicious. So you add that, that's added some salt, that's added some sugar, that's added some vinegar, just a variety of different stuff. And the base of the tomato sauce for the spaghetti is like this cheese tomato sauce that is very fake. But you throw some of the ketchup in with the ground beef and mix it up a little bit, and then you dump the spaghetti in on top and sort of slice it up and mix it up while allowing the entire thing to cool. And you could well say that it's spooky food, but when I got to have that sort of thing as a kid, it was the special nights when like, I don't know, Mom was out or whatever, and Dad was cooking for us. And Dad was also the one where if you made pancakes for breakfast, he could be persuaded upon to, like, put chocolate chips in the pancakes, or even be extra naughty and put so many chocolate chips in the pancakes that they were what we called clankers, where you poured it in to make the pancakes, and as it hit the griddle, you'd have to make it so that a drop of water would bounce and skitter around on the surface of the griddle, and that's what told you it was the right temperature. So he would make clankers, which were pancakes with chocolate chips added, where there were so many chocolate chips that it would go clonk as it fell into the pan. And then you get in trouble with Mom because you weren't supposed to put that many chocolate chips in a pancake. And yeah, even in lives when the big chunks of growing up and being a child were the sort of thing you go to therapy for afterwards, which is what I did, there are little moments, and those little moments leave a big impact. And so that's my dinner tonight, is not clanker chocolate chip pancakes. I don't make those because I don't make that many things like that. But the spaghetti and meatballs recipe that is basically garbage canned food with ground beef added. And there's nothing great about that, but there is a little child in me that goes, ooh, the fighting and angriness is not here today. And Dad feels especially happy because he's not on the spot and he gets to cook for us this time. And we're all kind of off the leash. And that's what I'm going to do. And then when I'm done with that, tomorrow or the next day, I'll make VSTs out of all these plugins that I've made. And then I'll have a nice little backlog. But the update for adding when I started this stream today, I did not have the notion of calling that control the soar control, but it's perfect. And it's going to be fun to release these plugins one at a time. The square root plugin first, so that I can familiarize everybody with what the soar control does. And then all those other ones, all those ring modulator ones, all those convolve ones, get to have that as part of their operation. And it should be fun to bring that to people. And with that, I'll talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.